Okay, so it is 4:31 in the morning. Sure. We'll try running with that. Shouldn't it be nighttime? I don't know anywhere in the planet where 4:30 in the morning is daytime like that. Or maybe that was afternoon, I don't know. Okay. Is this the Firestone? That's a battle. Okay. It's fine because we're getting money and experience, so it's not like it's a total loss, but it is somewhat frustrating. Just because I want to be able to progress. We have roaming legendaries to go catch, you know? There it goes. I knew it. Something's wrong with New Bark Town. It's perpetually sunny, I guess. I knew it. And sometime before the end of stream, I'm gonna show the posters for next week as well. I'm gonna promote them later as well on social media and in the Discord so they can be shared. But we have two, not one, but two challenges next week. A Pokemon one and a Zelda one. So it should be fun. I got played bad right there. Gonna go for Amnesia because for whatever reason always goes for Amnesia. See? I also changed the sub goal to a weekly sub goal instead of a daily one. I figured that could be a little bit easier to deal with because resetting it every day was exhausting because I have to go through every single scene to do that. So doing that once a week instead would be a little bit easier. And it gives more of a chance for giveaways and stuff to happen. I felt like that might be a better call. Potentially. I still need to take care of this wig. I need to like brush it out or something. But it's gonna have to wait till I move. I'm gonna get another mannequin head thing. That's what I'm gonna do. Yanma looks like he's got like something in his mouth and he's like trying to chew. He's got like chubby cheeks. I thought you would go with the Moopa hat today. I just was like, you know what? I'm gonna go with the wig. I'm gonna see what happens. See if it'll function properly. I mean, I think it is. I think it'll be alright. Alrighty. No, this is not about the money. This is about being a Time Lord and shifting time like crazy. Nothing happened. So I was doing some research. Oops, damn it. On this whole like time thing, right? For this game. And it turns out you can potentially get a phone call once an hour. And that's why this works. And I didn't know that. But this shifts it an hour every single time. Because I was trying to figure out like why I still haven't gotten the rest of the stones and trying to figure out if they maybe do 1 or 2 period, but I mean, I got more leaf stones than anything else. I think these two are just perpetually stubborn. How's your trip come along? Okay, so those were just casual conversations. I think what I'm gonna do when I do move, I'm gonna get a hat rack for all the hats and stuff that I have back here. I think that'd be kind of cool to hang on the wall. Okay, Alan. Casual conversation. I should probably look into bald caps too, just because, you know, the metal's poking into my head a little bit. It ain't fun. Alright, casual conversation. First a Spinnerack, now a Bellsprout. So at least it's changing a little bit. No, it's not very comfy. It's itchy, really. I'm doing this for y'all, though. It's all for you, Damien. It's all for you. Joey?
Play now, you're an all-star. Get your goof on, go play. Play now, you're a rock star. Get the show on, get paid. All that glitters is gold. Only shooting stars break the mold.
Slim, thank you for the biddies. How's it going? Welcome in. Also, type in !Slim. Let's see if it works. Hello there.
Hello there.
It didn't work. That's annoying. I was hoping it would. Oh, why didn't it work? Sound files. Maybe I need to bump that that Stream Raiders command over to me instead. So let's do that first. Admittedly, I hadn't tried it, so I didn't know. So let's do that. Save. Okay. Commits. I'm gonna add. I'm gonna put this into the users. Damn it. Why didn't it work? It should be working. I'm gonna delete it and start over. How about that? Pick Twitch audio. We go down to the sound. Submit. General. I mean, Skies works. Moopa's works. Fine. It just didn't want to work. I tried, Slim. I did. I gave you a sound and it ain't working.
Oh, no, not the beast! Not the beast! Ah! Open up my eyes! Eyes!
Maybe if I upload it through Stream... I gotta do a battle. Okay, while this battle's going on, I'm gonna upload it through Stream Raiders, or Stream Elements. The website. I'm gonna upload it through the website. We'll try that. See, it's daytime here. It's daytime here. Is it 5 o'clock yet? It's 4:40. Apparently 4:40 a.m. is daytime here. Weird. He's thoroughly prepared. Okay, so it's gonna be under... Where was that? Oh, I thought he was gonna switch. I tried calling the switch and it didn't happen. It's not timers. Is it loyalty? No. Media request. No. Not here either. Damn, where is all the gifts and stuff that I uploaded? Or is it user management? No. I don't remember. I don't know how this works anymore. I haven't done this in so long. Unless it's under overlays. I mean, that's a possibility. Oh, now I'm sad. I might have to just look it up on Google. Setting up sound commands. Oh, here it is. Okay. Google saved me because it pointed me in the right direction. Okay. So create a new item. Sound effect. Create a new item. I'm trying to do this and play at the same time, so just bear with me. I'm just gonna let Zay2 take all the experience for now. Alright, let's edit this so I can see. Next. And I have to go to the redeem thing, that's right. It's been a minute since I've done anything through Stream Elements, but it's not working through the bot for some reason. I find that weird. No, this is about daylight savings, yes. There's an aggron in chat if you was trying to catch it. I don't know if I have aggron. I might, but I can't remember. I do. Come on, Slim, you got it. Damn it. Stop battling, damn it. RC is looking dope. Yes. How's it going, Sammy? I hate typing on touchscreens. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I do be like that. Okay, so let's go fight. I'm gonna go do one other thing after this. I'm gonna try and, like, just enter an encounter. Just any encounter, doesn't matter. Do 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 do. But hopefully you're doing well, Sammy. Hopefully things are going good. Sammy, you came in like when I was like playing through Kingdom Hearts, right? Ah, called it. Alright, create new item. And you do be like that, Slim. I wanted that. Yeah, I know. Now we're both upsetty spaghetti. Haven't watched much since then, but you do like, yeah, I'm still planning on doing Melody and Memories too. I was thinking about that the other day, but I still have to buy it. I think that was the plan for November, was to pick it up. I don't know when I'm gonna play it, but I'm at least gonna buy it. So we'll see how that goes. Okay, so upload sound. Upload. Don't go over here, I'm trying to reach chat. It looked really fun. Like, I don't know how good the game is, but it did look fun. So I got Tangela, Spaghetti Man. Submit. Okay, save. Now I have to go look and see how to do this. Next. Do 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 do. Okay. Let's go back home. Actually, no. Let's go to Blackthorn or Silver Cape. That, you know what? That's fine. That's fine. Because maybe doing the same thing 500 times is detrimental. So I'm gonna go into the cave. Maybe that's why it's just stuck on an endless loop. I don't know. It could be. Morning, Alice. Morning, Sky. Or morning, Corn. If we're doing alter egos. For me, I really like corn.
For me, I really like coal.
Okay. Now we've done that. Let's go back home. Let's see if this kind of... What do you like about corn? It's corn! A big lump with knobs. It has the juice. Okay. Yes. Okay, no call. Okay, casual call, sure. Okay, so chatbot chat commands, right? That's where these end up. Okay, so we're gonna copy that, add a new command, and we're gonna title it I don't get it. It just didn't want to work. This is so dumb. Maybe it's because I have it in 2 spots. I think the website just crashed. Okay, we're gonna do this. We're gonna do that. Okay, we're gonna delete this one. Add a new command. Yeah, I'm still after the stones. Okay, there we go. And then I'm gonna go back to the store thing. I'm gonna go to sound effects. Edit. Next. Okay. Commands. We're gonna delete this one. It's closer. I don't know why it's one zenny, but it's fine. The sound works. Okay, so now I need to put that slim back. Okay, I'll turn it down, but at least it's working now. I was trying to get it to work, and it works. Okay, 0. Next. Save. Okay, let me try again. Is that better? I don't know why it's saying, I don't even know why it's popping that up. It shouldn't be. How do you disable that message? Oh, I see. Send confirmation. We don't need that. Let me just make sure. I haven't set any of these up in forever. Yeah, that's the only thing I needed. Okay, so now it shouldn't pop up. And it should pop up that message, and we're good. I fixed it. Finally. That only took an hour. I did it. Big brain. I was not disappointed with my return. I'm glad. I'm glad I could oblige. Alright, we got another battle. Great. I'm tempted to just remove one of them. I think I'm gonna remove, yeah, Sky, so stream crashed, and, I had to redo it, but they've already been redeemed for the day. So, apologies, but yeah. Hey, you're back. I am back, and everything is working. See, the counter's working and everything, so we good. I actually needed to restart my computer. So, that's a lot of hours. That is a lot of hours. That's fun. Gosh. Yuck. Welcome in, JP. But luckily, I only had stream up for a little bit before I redid it, so it's not we're not losing a lot of time. Wheel spin for hat, sure. Let me finish this battle and we'll do that. Also, we have 1 more minute for stream raiders. Don't forget to drop your units in. Oh, goodness gracious. How are you streaming this? 3DS, SNES, or GameCube? GameCube! Actually. It's on the what is it called? The Game Boy Player? The only downside is the D-pad is just tiny. And, yeah, I may end up breaking it at some point. I do have a 3DS that's in Europe right now getting a capture card installed. So hopefully next year I'll have that. And then we can work on the Gen 4 and up games, Gen 4 to Gen 7. Okay, I'm gonna fly back to New Barktown, and so now the only number that we have is Tully's number, and I'm gonna get Alan's number back. And I need music because I don't like uncomfortable silences. Okay, so let's go over here. What's up, baby girl? Lists. Hat spin. I wish there was some sort of official adapter. That would be great, because the capture card is very expensive. I don't remember how much I spent, but I spent a lot. There's a Vulpix in chat if anyone was trying to catch it. Alright. This should be interesting. I feel like Sammy might like this. I don't know. It's an Eevee hat. We're just gonna have to do that, I guess. I just don't enjoy the small screen. Yeah, I get that. I totally do. Hold on. Something ain't right here. I need the mouth. Okay. Eevee's messing up my hair, man. Nixie, what's up, baby girl? Can I help you? I mean, now you can't even tell I'm wearing a wig. Okay, we're just, you know, I'm just gonna not use headphones for 10 minutes. It's fine. Okay. Alvi. Yes, this is Alvi. Alright. Not calculator. Timer. 10 minutes. Okay. So we'll just do this for 10 minutes, and then I'll take the Eevee hat off, and oh no, I forgot Velcro, right? Okay. So we got that. Let's get back over here. Mute this.
Banana 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 banana.
Alright. Oh, goodness gracious.
I'm in danger.
I guess we'll do a wheel spin. It's fine. Alright, let's see. Tiny, thank you for the resub of 16 months. Sorry, I'm just like processing a lot right now. Okay, let's see what we're working with. Increase, reduce. Yeah, they're on here. Okay, just wanted to make sure. Started second guessing myself. Dogecoin needs to go back up. It really does. All right, chat. What am I drawing? I'm gonna let y'all decide on that. Y'all get to figure that out. I think because it was Tiny's sub, I think Tiny should be the one to decide. That's just me, though. But you think about that, and I can get back to the game in the meantime, or if you have one already in mind. The next Pokemon in chat, it better not be an intense one. I'm starting to regret this. But alright, we'll wait for the next Pokemon. It should be about 12 to 15 minutes. Gyarados, easy. Easy, GG. Alright, so the only person who's calling now is Tully.
Hey again.
Amlogger coming in with a resub of 8 months on your Prime Gaming account. Thank you so much. Goodness gracious. Chat, you know what that means. I'm gonna save real quick. But we get to open up a booster pack. Slim, thank you for the biddies as well. Amlogger, hopefully you're doing well. Alright, let's go over here. We need to get music up. We have 2 packs left in this set. That's all we got left. So, and then I'll have to get more. I don't know what set I'll do. I might do the same set. Who knows? Let's see. We need the light. Yes. Alright, and then we need Irian. And we need these. And here we go. Alright. Let's see what we get. Let's play Guess the Energy. Chat, you guess what energy it's gonna be if you win? Or if you're right? Awesome! You did good, kid. And if not, I mean, there's always next time. Alright, we get a Mind Fu, it looks like. I don't think we get a hit because it's a white code card, but that's fine. You never know. It's grass. I forgot to guess. That one's my bad. I was just stuck on the code card. It do be like that sometimes. All right. We got Iskin, which is a trainer from Hisuian. We got Carbink. Okay, we don't have Carbink yet. Panic Mask. That's creepy. We got Mind Fu, which I don't think we have. We got Litwick. We got Snover, which we don't have. Rhyhorn. Apalm, which we already do. Clefairy, which I can't remember, but this is the reverse. And we got a Greedent, which matches I forgot the first evolve, or the first form. Scovit. I was gonna say Scover, but that ain't right. Scovent, now we got Greedent. So we got both, so that's cool. All right. So we're just adding a little bit more each time to our living decks, which is great. Gotta love it. I'm gonna put those in here. Put that in here. Cool. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and nix this. Maybe when I move, I'll have like a light that I can do right here, right? Or something, you know? Something. And that way I don't have to use the phone. Okay. Put that right there because we still need the timer. But awesome. Awesome possum. Let's go ahead and there's Sabbath. You see him. He right there. He's right there. He's right there, chat. Nixie's right here. You can't see her though. Okay. Alright, so we're still waiting for Pokemon to appear in chat. And that'll be the one that we draw. I hope. I'm gonna keep this right here. We also have about 21 minutes for Stream Raiders. Don't forget about that too. This is not about money. It never is. Sabbath loaf, yes. He do be a loaf sometimes. I think he wants in the window, but it's kind of cold. Okay, so a casual conversation, sure. It's an ignorant bastard. I mean, so is Alan. Wow. No. It's a whole new world we live in. Alan's just an introvert, isn't it? Wait, is that a hat you can pull on both sides and ears go? No, unfortunately, no. It's just, that would be cool. But it's just, it closes down here. But I'm not gonna. I have a feeling those hats would be expensive. I mean, maybe we could find one, but it would be a goal of some sort. I don't want a battle. I want 2 water stones from you, dude. That's all I need. I gotta tell you, having a hat on in addition to the wig is very warm. Go. Dodge these people. Dodge the people. I have an Oktoberfest hat with rotisserie chicken, which can sing a song. That's a sub goal. That's pretty cool. Oh crap, I forgot to heal. It is what it is. Ooh, it's raining. It's supposed to rain later this week here. It do be like that sometimes. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and close out the wheel. I don't think we need that right now. What kind of song, though, does it sing? Or is it programmable? Oh, alright, Thunder Punch. Kablooey! It's a generic folklore tune. Ah, I see. Okay, we got about 20 more seconds of the hat. Which is great, because this is burning up. It do be like that sometimes, though. Also, on the wheel spin, I added it at the beginning of the month, but I don't think anybody ever redeemed hat spin or anything like that. But we have this masquerade mask as well, which actually would go pretty well with the Alice thing. Okay, I can put headphones back on now. This is great. Okay, Ben, seriously, what are you doing? There we go. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and close that out. Let me go on to the next town. There we go, just in case. Man, I hope the Pokemon that pops up is like a Caterpie or something. I'm starting to dread this. Dude, I was just there. Why do you want to battle again? If it's a complicated Pokemon, I'll pick another one. Don't you worry. Yeah, it pops up Giratina or something. Fuck. Do-do-do-do-do. My bangs are messed up. Okay, that's better. Ooh, think of the epic unit. Maybe I should have stuck with Alan first and then done Tully afterwards. I'm wondering if they're programmed to do more than one, you know? Or more than 2. Because I've gotten 2 from each of them. It's a pain in the ass having long hair. I can imagine. Imagine having hair. That Pokemon should be popping up any minute now. Oh, actually, I just realized something. We hit 10. You know what that means. Boop. We got a giveaway going. I need to make an image. I just haven't gotten it. I started doing it, but it didn't come out right, so I had to delete it. But yes, if you want to enter the giveaway, type gift, just like JP did. Type gift in chat, and you'll be entered in for a chance to win a set of stickers or a Pokemon card. And we are doing Gourgeist, it looks like. I gotta take a look. I haven't seen Gourgeist, which is actually fitting because yesterday was Halloween. So you know what? Maybe we could do that. I'm wondering if I have Gourgeist. Do 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 do. He doesn't look so bad. I don't think it'll be too bad. Never using Pokeballs again. Alright, I'm gonna fly back to New Barktown. I'm gonna save, and then we will go into the drawing. Okay, I'm gonna turn off the controller. We're gonna go over here. Alright, and then I'm gonna put music on. Let's get rid of lock for now. We'll turn on draw something. Ooh, we got a lot of units, y'all. That's crazy. That's crazy, though. Ooh. Multiple people got it. Cool, cool. Geist. Try and get rid of as much of that border as I can. Okay. I've had an apple stuck in my teeth for over an hour now. It's really bugging me. Have you ever considered flossing? Am I gonna play the new one? Yes, I pre-ordered the dual pack, and we're gonna play one of them. You know, for the first time through. We'll nuzlocke the other one at some point. Okay. I guess we'll start with the little curl thing on his head.
I really like cold.
Haven't got the flossing thing. Anybody can floss, dude. Turns out it's really good to floss. I don't know. Just gonna redo that. It's fine. That's better. I guess it is really like back here. Something like that. Okay. now we're going to do, I guess, the hair hands. It's not terrible. Remember, on these I don't set the time limit, but I'm probably not gonna do shading. I only really do shading if I'm like needing to eat up some time kind of thing. You know what? We need to move that over. I don't know how I'm gonna do that. It's fine. We'll break it up into 2 parts. Okay. There we go. There we go. That's better. I guess we really don't need this much empty space either. There we go. A little bit more. Better. We're gonna go right here. Sure. Okay, let me catch up on chat a little bit. Apparently, Sky really likes apples and corn. Yeah, Sky just likes produce. I also drink milk, so that really works. We need to move you to a farm. Aren't you like eating apple and drinking milk at the same? You aren't eating apple and milk at the same time. I mean, you could. Can't mix fructose with dairy, for it just tastes awful. I'm not a monster. I'll take a break in my apple to have a sip of milk. Just throw some milk cubes in. Be fine. There we go. Okay, we got the swirly thing here. Okay. That's fine. We're fine. We can do this. Okay. So we got the body. And then we do... I mean, it's a little lopsided. I guess I could fix that. So if we're going right here, we need to do this. Okay. And then we gotta do one more chunk of hair back here. Okay. So we got the hair mostly. I'm probably gonna go back and fix this one, but it's fine. Let's do that. Does that connect? Mostly. I don't like this either. Gonna go back and fix this. In fact, we're gonna start this chunk over. That's a little better. Drawing's hard, y'all. There we go. That's better. It's like pineapple on pizza. I had pickle flavored ice cream the other day. Gross. And thank you for the epic unit. Waste of ice cream. Yep. It's like pineapple on pizza. Disagree. I didn't think so. I quite enjoyed it. I know about coffee cubes, but milk cubes, maybe for iced coffee in the summer. Maybe. The way I see it, might taste alright, but it doesn't mean it belongs to normality. True. Hi, and ew, pineapple on pizza. I like pineapple on pizza. How about we get a poll in chat? Pineapple on pizza, yes or no? I'll let the mods do that. We'll see what the consensus is. Fix that a little bit later. Yes. I'm gonna vote yes. I have not heard of avocado ice cream, but that sounds pretty good. Can I just bring you down a little bit? Thank you for the epic unit. Try and fix that a little bit. Okay. Let's draw these triangle things. Can't do... Close enough, I guess. Now we need to draw the mouth. I like how the nose is connected to the mouth. You know, a pro move would be to do a Pumpkaboo or a Goregeist on a pumpkin for Halloween. I don't know why nobody's doing this. Well, I mean, Halloween's over. It's gonna have to be some for next year, but I did Pikachu on mine. Okay, looks like chat's pretty divided on whether pineapple belongs on pizza or not. 78 units, holy hell, y'all. Good job. Also, Blair, welcome in. How are you? Damn it, I cannot draw a straight line to save my life. Doing good. I rather like that. That worked pretty well. And now we just need the face. So it's just an eyeball. I'm gonna bring the, well, I guess the grin's really up here. Okay, now we just need to color it. I'm gonna do this shade. I don't like that shade. Shade's a little too dark for me. So we're gonna do this shade. That looks better. I like that. When in doubt, go the lighter shade. If you're just not sure. Now I will do the darker shade for this. Slightly darker shade. And the eyeball. There we go. We got Gorgeist. Good job, chat. I think that turned out pretty well, all things considered. Put you back up here. It looks like pineapple does in fact belong on pizza. But I got a weirder one for y'all. I'm gonna wait till that one ends though. I'm gonna move this over just a little bit. Okay. Cool. Actually, I think I messed up just a little bit. Hold on. I didn't draw the legs. It's more rounded than anything, but okay. Still, it's fine. There we go. That's better. Okay, so we got that. We're gonna do these. We're gonna put it down here. For spooky observer. Copy. Alright, where is the art section? Pictures. No, art and tattoos. There it is. Today's redemption from the wheel of punishment claimed by. All right, there we go. We were a little busy. We should get to French toast is pog. Here's the downside. It eats up an entire loaf of bread for no reason. Because it's very, that's like, I do like French toast, but what if you put the French toast seasoning on waffles and pancakes? Just saying. And thank you for the epic unit. But my issue with French toast is it eats up an entire loaf of bread, and that's just a lot of bread. Blair split. Blair, my name is AceofBade. How are you? Or AceofBade, I think, is my alternate persona today. Yesterday I was Myers Abade. I was dressed up as Michael Myers, for those who didn't know. I like pancakes and waffles. I'm getting a second apple. It's not enough for me to have apple chunks in my teeth. I gotta get a second one. I'm hungry. I'm AceofBade, but Sky, protein, carbs. This is what you need to keep you going longer, dude. Fruit is not gonna keep you going very long. Use a croissant for your next French toast. It's a new level of French toast. Interesting. Yeah, go get some meat, dude. You're living off fruit and corn. That's not healthy. I never crave sweets in the morning, so I don't really make French toast too often. Where are we at with the poll? I'm gonna select waffles. Meat noodles. That's paschetti right there. Yeah, but you can't just live off one thing, Sky. You need a balanced diet, and apples and corn is not a balanced diet. Protein's what will make you full. Carbs is what will give you energy. It has to be good carbs, though. It can't just be pancakes and waffles. I eat bread, too. Do you eat vegetables at all besides corn? Because corn is not a vegetable. It's not even something we're supposed to process. We can't even process corn. Name one thing that starts as a solid and ends as a solid when you eat it, besides corn. Because if it does that, that means we're not supposed to eat it. It's witchcraft, I'm telling you. Oh wait, you didn't want to battle. Yeah, right. That's just force of habit at this point. I'm also reading chat while I'm doing this. My mind went into autopilot. Spaghetti with meat sauce with spicy Italian sausage. Sounds good. A plant that does not exist naturally. Yep. I know there's a few, I just can't remember them. A piece of piss. Got some more. As if Sky didn't learn his lesson the first time. I called it, didn't I? I freaking called it. I knew it. I don't know what to tell you. Skins of potatoes. Interesting. I'll still eat those, but it's sweet potatoes, the one that I eat now. There are lots of nuts that don't process all the way, so I guess vegans are fucked. Duke of Dice, welcome in. How are you? I know apple skin is really healthy. It can help an upset stomach. Yes, we got our water stone. Freaking finally! It only took 4 hours. 5 hours. We need one more after this too. That's what sucks. There's a chance I may just have to send them over from a different game too. Haven't decided yet. You see, got apple skin in my system too. Yeah, but you don't have an upset stomach. There's a difference. Thank you for the epic unit. And I've already done Bill's grandpa getting those stones. I don't think he gives duplicates. I could be wrong, but I'd have to get a Pichu for the next one anyway, and I don't have one yet, so. Yes. Did you get another one? Sure. Okay, that's fine. I found a list. Interesting. I'd love to see it. My stomach is always upset. I'm always hungry. Sky, you need to redo your diet, dude. That's probably the issue. Examples of high fiber food particles that often remain largely undigested includes beans, corn, grains such as quinoa, peas. Peas? I guess. Never really thought about it, but I don't like peas anyway. Seeds like sunflower seeds, flax seeds or sesame seeds, skins of vegetables. They didn't mention. Oh, there's corn. Yeah. Skins of vegetables such as bell peppers or tomatoes. Peas are like the cousins. Chat is making me hungry. I mean, it is breakfast time, isn't it? It's not even 8 o'clock where you're at. Shuppet is in chat. If you would like to try and catch it. Come on, Thule. One more water stone, bro. I don't want to do a battle. I'm taking a guess and saying I have Shuppet. I was wrong. I was way wrong. Okay, so we got one more water stone. We need a total of 4 and I have 3 last I checked. Watch, I have 5 and I just miscounted. And I'm doing this for no reason. Yeah, so we got 3. We have 4 leaf stones. We don't even need that many. I'm not enjoying this apple as much. I mean, you could go get some dental floss or a toothpick or an ice skate and just bash your teeth out. Then you don't have anything stuck between your teeth. Super easy. Barely an inconvenience. Maybe get some corned beef hash. Maybe try chasing those apple skins down with some corn. My head's itchy, y'all. I think I need a ball cap. This is bad. You had me at corn. Nice. Multiple people got the Shuppet. Do 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 do. Also, Sky, so we don't forget, next Friday, the 11th, we are doing a movie night in Discord. And there's a poll in chat if anybody wants, or not in chat, but in Discord, to vote on what movie we watch. And there's also a section for other, if you wanted to suggest something different. Why would I forget? I don't know. Something about for not even knowing there was a Thursday evening stream. No way waffles won. I'm telling you, waffles are superior to pancakes. Pineapple belongs on pizza. It do be like that though. Okay. There you go. New poll. Waffles have like the little pockets for filling. Yes. You can put butter. You can put peanut butter and jelly like I did when I was a kid. Smother it with syrup. Just all over the place. It's great. Now keep in mind, these are not French toast sticks. These are straight up French toast. You're eating entire things of bread. But what I'm thinking is you put the French toast seasoning on waffles and do some powdered sugar, it's the best thing ever. That trumps any of those options. Yo! Hell yeah! We're done with Tully! Freaking finally! Alright, now we get to go find Alan and get the one Firestone that I need from him, and then we're done. So happy. But, can you put chocolate chips in waffles like you can with pancakes? Kind of. You can put them in the pockets. This time waffles won't win. Probably not, because apparently we have a lot of advocates for French toast, but... we also don't have anybody voting, so, I mean... it do be like that. I voted for it because chaos. Yeah, I can see that. I voted. Nice! I also voted. Yes. Alright, so now we're going to get rid of Tully. 50-50, let's go! I mean, I can't change it now. It smells weird in here. I think I need to turn on the wax melter. Then next is whoever wins versus breakfast sausage. Oh, I got one for next, don't worry. I have a couple that we can do for breakfast. Since it's breakfast time, I mean, why not? Bread versus cereal. That was the one that I was going to do, JP, actually. And then we'll do one for eggs. My order of how it goes is sausage, bacon, turkey sausage. So much better. Turkey bacon is absolute just trash though. It can't cook all the way. It's just ham basically. It's the consistency of ham anyway. I got a battle. Okay. Turkey doesn't have enough. Yeah, I know. But I would love some crispy turkey bacon. I just don't think it's possible, you know? Do 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 do. Alright, let's battle, kid. I love ham, right? Agreed. How do you feel about bangers and mash? Those are characters in Dragon Quest VIII. Pulled pork for breakfast. Ew. Bangers no longer exist. What is bangers and mash? Just out of curiosity. Do 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 no 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 no. Do 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 do. Yeah, I've heard of spotted dick, but I don't know what it is. I never really looked into it. I know it's an actual food though. I don't know why they call it that though. Bangers is sausage and oh. So it's just mashed potatoes and sausage. Okay. A strange type of sausage in which the only way to tell they were cooked is when they made a banging sound. Really? That's weird. And kind of scary if you think about it. That's what bacon does when you fry it. It pops. We got about 9 more minutes for stream raiders. Also, don't forget to drop in your units. You know what? We're gonna swap into Typhlosion. Typhlosion needs some experience. Zaytu's getting up there. There's a traditional British steamed pudding historically made with, I don't know what suet is, if that's even how you pronounce it, and dried fruit and often served with custard. So it's a dessert, basically. Fish and chips is, instead of trying to like figure out what the American version is, I mean, is there a way to pull up a picture so we can see it? I mean, the closest thing we got here in America to fish and chips is Long John Silver's. That's it. Ooh, thank you for the epic unit. And even then, it ain't that great. Although they're hush puppies, though. That's a whole other thing. It's literally fish and... Yeah. Sticky toffee pudding is one of my favorite British desserts. Interesting. Also, we're tied again for waffles and French toast, so that's more divisive than pancakes and waffles. We do have fish and chips, you just... Well, yeah, I don't really typically go to pubs, this is true. Is the raw, hard fat of beef, lamb, or mutton found around the lions... Around the... I'm assuming loins instead of lions. Unless lion is a part of the body that I don't know about. How did I type? I don't know. I figured you copied and pasted, and like the article was wrong. Fuck if I know. Water for our boy. This is true, I do need some water. Let me get through this phone call, I'll go get some water. Blame autocorrect, sure. Okay, let me go get some water. Ow. It was tied. Look at that. Crazy. Honestly, that smell is probably the trash. I need to take it out. I saw loins and typed lions. It do be like that. Now, let me get through this phone call, or yeah, this phone call, and then I'll do another poll. Okay. Oh, there's a new poll. What do we got? Alright, sausage or bacon? And we're talking crispy bacon. And sausage can be either links or patties. And I'm not talking about the barbecue version of sausage links. I'm talking about breakfast sausage. Crispy bacon is also shite, in your opinion. I think this one's gonna be pretty one-sided. Never mind. Okay, so he says 4 things. 2 of them are casual, 1 of them's battle, 1 of them... Here's the Firestone. You know? So we're just waiting for that Firestone.
Big, big chungus, big chungus, big chungus. Big, big chungus, big chungus, big chungus.
I love doing opposite of popular opinion. I think that's why I just, like, skipped some music that people really loved, like Weezer and stuff, and Nirvana. Never got into those because everybody loved those. So I skipped them, and now I just won't listen to them. There's a Yamask in chat if you might want to try and catch it. Well, I'm starting to question if I have Yamask. Okay, I do. We're good. We Gucci. Just listen to what sounds good in your ear holes. I do. For example, I'm the biggest fan of Linkin Park in this current chat. Alright, we got a battle. We got about 3 more minutes for Stream Raiders as well, and it is a boss fight. Time for me to focus on work. Cool, cool. Made eggs. Nice. Alright, Easter. The day Jesus died for our sins and rose from the grave. How are we going to celebrate that? How about eggs? What? What does that have to do? Alright, fine. We'll hide them. I don't understand your logic. Don't worry, there's a bunny. Jim Gaffigan's great. It looks like Bacon's gonna win this one. Sounds like Family Guy. It's Jim Gaffigan. He's a comedian. Howdy, howdy, you leggings. Geeky, how's it going? Welcome in. Also, Geeky, there is a poll in chat right there. If you want to vote on which one is better. We're having quite a few polls today. Butter bacon. Nice. We had one earlier for, what was the other one? Pancakes versus waffles. And then waffles versus French toast. Ha, pocket. Not big on sausage, gives me a headache for some reason. Maybe I have an allergy. You may want to look into that, yeah. Alright, Typhlosion is 53, baby! We need one more Firestone, that's all we need. Nothing else does that though, so I just avoid sausage. Makes sense, I get that. I have one more idea for a poll. This one might not be as good, but it's fine. Let's see. Crap. How about this? There we go. Plus I prefer the taste of bacon. I think everybody does. Alright, so the current poll, which is better? Scrambled eggs or eggs prepared any other way? I only know how to make scrambled eggs, for the record. I tried though, I really did. I've given each condiment a try, and they're not for me. Do 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 do. Ah, there's the wax melter. I can smell it now, finally. I think there's something bad in my trash. I just haven't taken the trash out in a couple of days. And it finally just kind of built up. I forget what I throw in there sometimes. Ah, battle. Okay. Spicy food is good, like actual spicy food. I'll eat spicy food on rare occasions. See, for the longest time, I really loved Wendy's spicy chicken sandwich, or even the nuggets, because they embed it in the chicken. It's not a sauce or anything like that. But the quality of their food went down too. Just more so to clean my sinuses. Yes, that is a really good reason to have spicy food. Do 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 do. I think on my next break, I'm just gonna go take the trash out. Not a big fan. Makes it so I can't taste anything. I do love... I don't know how to pronounce that, Blair. I'll be honest with you. Yes! Called it right. No need to take JP out. What? Also, speaking of, we got really close to, or JP got really close to the goal, and of $500 for the charity stream for the month that he did. If he had hit 500, I would have gotten to pie him in the face. But we didn't get there. It is what it is, though. Maybe next time. Oh damn, he's lurking. Shame. Alright, so currently scrambled eggs is behind by 1. Eggs done any other way is currently ahead. Do 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 do. I mean, you could also just go straight up the Rocky Balboa route and just drink raw eggs, I guess. I ain't gonna do it. So I'm moving on to peanut butter at this rate. For what? You're not putting peanut butter on eggs, are you? Gotta tell you, I don't think that'd be very good. Do 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 do. You should do over easy or over medium. I just don't like runny eggs. Like, that's my thing. The consistency just isn't good. On bread, to eat. Why not just do eggs? Make an egg sandwich. You get a multi-grain bread or whole wheat. You do egg. You do some pepper jack cheese. You do some bacon. Solid. Maybe half an avocado. Make a solid egg sandwich out of it. Just saying. I never used to like avocado, but I've gotten past it. And then you have some potato chunks with it. That's a solid breakfast right there. Have y'all looked at the comparison between American and English breakfast? Like, obviously, if you're in America, you're pretty used to an American breakfast where it's some kind of carb, you know, waffles, bacon, toast, biscuits, whatever. And then you have your eggs, and then you have your meat, like sausage, bacon, ham, whatever. And then you have all your sweet stuff like cereal and syrup and all that crap. So that's the American breakfast. Sometimes a bowl of fruit, but... And then you have the English breakfast where... Isn't it usually ham, blood pudding, baked beans, tomatoes and mushrooms? And I swear there's something else and I can't remember. Isn't it ham? Am I misremembering? I could have sworn it was ham. Oh, well, it looks like eggs done any other way is the winner. It do be like that sometimes. Let's go jump left. Well, that's all I got for poll ideas. I can't really think of any others right now. I need to start doing beans for breakfast like our friends across the pond. I just don't like baked beans. Bacon, oh it is bacon, okay. Egg, sausage, hash brown, fried bread, mushroom, beans, tomato, black pudding. Yeah, that. There's a lampet in chat if anyone wants to try and catch it. Do 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 do. Come on and slam, and welcome to the jam. Oh, do one. I mean, Sky, if you have an idea for a poll, go for it. You can make the poll. You are a mod after all. Oh yeah, right. I'm thinking on one. Alright. Alright, Tangelo. Let's swap out. That's not who I wanted, but alright. I'm just gonna go for it. Yo, we got 17 days until the new Pokemon games come out, and we still don't know the majority of the decks yet. It's crazy. Slim, nice, you got it. Congratulations. They still have not shown us what the starter evolutions are gonna be at all. All right, which is better? Let's see. Do you guys ever get Discord messages from people you don't know? Be careful. Which is better, red meat, white meat, poultry, fish, or seafood? What do you mean by white meat? What do you mean by red meat? Okay, so red meat would be like cow, right? Gonna lurk. All right, Blair, thank you for the lurk. Thanks for being here. I'm guessing chicken is white meat, right? But no, that's poultry. So yeah, what would white meat be? I'm kind of confused. Regardless, I'll take red meat because I will devour a steak. See, I saw white meat and then I got really confused because it's held poultry and I'm like, wait, what's red meat? Oh yeah, right. I swear shit like pork is the white meat. No. Cat is the other white meat. Saw that on a bumper sticker once. I think you meant to say pork instead of white meat. When I'm trying to be healthy though, I won't do red meat. I'll do red meat like once a week. Like right now, I only do it like once a week. You get steak, you get burgers. Like that's solid right there. But chicken's also really good. I guess white meat could also be considered turkey as well. Potentially. And fish and seafood are the same thing, Sky. What are you... What's your go-to steak? Medium, rare to medium. It depends on the restaurant. But usually medium rare. No steak sauce. Steak sauce means you fucked up. Fish and seafood are different. I disagree. Fish is seafood. But seafood, I get it. Like, seafood could also be, like, shellfish and sushi and all that. I get it, but... I think it's still all one category. I think Geeky wants his blue rare. You basically just tap the steak on the fryer and then just take it off and that's it. Oh yeah. At that point you might as well just go take a bite out of the damn cow. Listen, kid, give me a firestone so we can be done. Do 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 do. What I really want to try is either Wagyu steak or dry aged steak. I want to try both of those one day. Not at the same time. No, no, no. They're gonna be at different times, but.
This is a certified hood classic.
Nice. I gotta do a battle. Crap! Listen, kid. I just need a firestone and I can be done. And then I go put Joey's phone number back in here. Can I do next pull? Yeah, sure. I do like the poll idea. It's fun. I didn't even bother downloading the last like VOD for this because nothing happened. We got no Pokemon. We got some stones, but I got some stones on this one too, so it's like all I have to do is show one time. Alright, red meat 1, of course. Alright, Tiny, go ahead and do your poll. Was there any doubt? No. There was never any doubt. Do 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 no no do 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 no no. Yeah, Typhlosion's 54 now. Nice. Quagsire. I need to give Jumpluff a grass attack. I have one. I'm just not currently using it. Go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep. Oh no, I'll just get rid of Synthesis. I forget if it's Mega or Giga Drain. Shake flavor, ooh. Chocolate, vanilla, or strawberry? They're getting old. Yeah, when they hit 100, they transcend life. You look great, by the way. Thanks! I'm trying to think. I guess vanilla, because you can, like, customize it, you know. Bananas, like, these are, like, the three, and everything else is, like, derivative of these three. So if you're talking, like, cookies and cream, that is a vanilla one with stuff in it. If you're talking banana, that is a vanilla one with stuff in it. Imagine putting fish and seafood on the same pole. I see nobody likes strawberry, which I get. Sometimes I am in a mood where I want fruit, you know? Like when I was dealing with my tonsil issues, there was like a time when I was craving strawberry ice cream because I was getting sick of the other ones. Gotta tell you, chocolate swirl, pretty good. Toss up between chocolate and banana, but banana not being in there makes it easy. Oh, you just throw a banana in the chocolate ice cream. There you go. Solid. Do 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 do. What item do you have? Charcoal. Got it. I gotta go potty. Gotta watch out for the old banana and the tailpipe. Watch out, gets it. Thought it was a potato in the tailpipe. Yeah, we got 64 units in Stream Raiders right now. That's crazy. And we still got 12 minutes left. Y'all knocking it out of the park. Batman! Alright, let's walk out, walk back in, reset a little bit. Maybe that'll help a little. Listen, kid, I just need a Firestone. Get in the zone, Firestone. I'm surprised I got 2 from Tully as fast as I did. Like today. They were like one right after the other. Which is really nice. Do, 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 do. This is helping us with money for like Great Balls and Ultra Balls because we're gonna need them. You know, it do be like that. All right, come on, Alan. Firestone. Hey, at least it's not a battle. I'll take casual over battle right now.
Fuck your life! Bing bang!
Ah. Pooper scoopers. Alright, alright. That one got me. I was in Stream Raiders. That's great. Do 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 do. Looks like chocolate and vanilla tied. Got him. It's every deck for himself. Da 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 da. Not mad about that. Do 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 do. Let me see what I can do. Hang on. Let's see that. That's what I was looking for. We're gonna switch over to Zaytu so I can get some extra money. Do 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 do. But this one doesn't move. Sad. Alright, we'll get Typhlosion to 55, then we'll focus on somebody else. Let's see what we got. I like this one. Hey, Tiny, check that out. I don't know if y'all could see that I, like, the message that popped up, but it pops up on mine, which never used to. There's also a Shedinja in chat, if anybody wants to catch it. I do have that, so I'm gonna skip it. The one that you put in the Discord, it didn't move, so I wanted one that moved, because they're more fun. Do 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 do. That's funny. Tango's getting stronger. Boo! Don't care about your Tangela. Nice guy, you got it. No. Let's get rid of this so I can see if there's anything else. There's not. Ah, battle. Listen, kid, I need a Firestone. That's all I need. It's bumming me out. This is very time consuming. Alright, I'm gonna give Jumpluff TM real quick while I'm thinking about it, because I keep forgetting. That's interesting. Zaytu can learn it. Goodbye, Synthesis. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. You're not thoroughly prepared. That's a lie. Everything is lies. Everything is lies. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 na na na. Do do do. Alright, so you're doing Quagsire, so now we'll switch into Jumpluff for funsies. I think after this battle, I'm gonna go use the restroom. Thank you for the epic unit. Oh, I've never seen Giga Drain's animation in Gen 2. That was hardcore. Jumpluff, obliterate! If you had a flying move, I'd let you fight, but you don't. Thank you for the epic unit. If I can hold it 3 minutes and run stream meters, then I can use the restroom afterwards and take out the trash. And my apartment won't stink anymore. I'm assuming that's where the smell's coming from. Sonic Boom. But yeah, if y'all have any other suggestions for BTTV emotes, let me know. You can drop them in the suggestions channel in the Discord, and I'll add them. I think we need a browse one, because people keep typing browse. Let's see what pops up there. Do 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 do. I'm doing the browse thing. Are you raising? Yes, I am. Let's see. I see a cat one. It's a little unsettling, and I think that's funny. I'm gonna add that one. My Tango's getting stronger. I'm happy for ya. Can you do me a favor? Can ya? Give me a stone. Firestone. Ah! Stupid battle. I'm just rocking back and forth because I really have to pee. But we got 30 seconds before stream meters. I can wait just a little bit. I'd start it early, but people keep dropping in units, and I'm like, I'm just gonna let them keep dropping. It's fine. It's just fine. Yeah, I'm glad. Okay, I'm gonna save. I had to take this off to use the restroom. I had to also take this off to go outside. And, you know, take the trash out and all that. So I do apologize. But I'm back. I'm back. Hello. And thank you for all the epic units. Monkey, legendary, yes, haha. Yeah, the pie one, it got shared yesterday in JP's stream because we were talking about it, and I guess it made it to the best of, which is great. I'm surprised Ace knows what a skunk fart tastes like, kinda sus. I've smelled it, and sometimes when you smell something, it can go in your throat. Let's see. He's not been gone that long. It was at least 7 minutes. You know, cause I started that and then I went. Ace was keeping skunk farts in his trash. Something was stinking in the trash. It might be the green beans that I threw out. I don't know. But the apartment still kind of smells. So I have the wax melter over here underneath the lamp on to kind of eliminate that smell. So hopefully it goes away soon. I also need to open the window, but I can't right now because I'm streaming, so. And they're doing something outside, a lot of banging around, so we ain't doing that. I do need to turn on the AC though. I think I do need to do that. Y'all, we already have 54 units in streamers. Y'all are crazy. That's awesome. Come on, Alan. I know. Alan! 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 We need a firestone, bro. That's all we need. We just need one more. Because we need Arcanine, Ninetales, and Flareon. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. A should add the Arthur get out of the tank vid to redeems aura command. I don't know what that is. I don't think I've seen that one. Okay, we're doing casual talks, that's fine. Hi, how are you? I am well. How are you, Tuskar? How's it going? Welcome in. Oh, we are doing a giveaway as well, Tuskar. If you wanted to enter. Doing good, thanks. Awesome. Yes, I'm raising my Pokemon properly. Every time I battle you, actually. Can we get a Firestone? And then we can move on. Because I think I want to go after Suicune next. Can't believe you literally spent 2 hours today doing this. Listen, we got the Water Stones done. I'm pretty sure we can get the Firestone done. Drop the vid via Discord. Alright, cool. What's the giveaway? The giveaway is a set of stickers, a Pokemon card, or I could even do the code cards. I could do code cards for Pokemon, the TCG online thing. Since I'm not really playing so much. If people wanted to do that instead of one of the other two. I could do like 5 code cards or something. Do 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 do. Play the TCG every now and again. It do be a thing. I just realized it was like some people, you know, They're not in your bounty. Did you have pre-workout? No. I'm just antsy to get this done, you know? I can go take some pre-workout. But I realize some people live in an area where the mail system isn't great, or they don't even want to give their address out, like Tiny, you know? So I could do the code cards instead and just take a picture of those and send them in Discord. Super easy. I'm happy that your tangle is getting stronger. I really am. How about a Firestone? Didn't call this time. Okay. Got ants in the pants or blouse. I am wearing shorts underneath, so it's definitely possible. No call. Okay. I wonder what the percentage is, you know? It's like 5% chance to get a Firestone. The Thunderstones and Leafstones came real fast. Ants in your pants make you do the boogie dance. Thank you for the work, Slim. Much appreciate. This is like the equivalency of shiny hunting. If you think about it. I didn't realize it'd be like this, but hey, it'd be like that sometimes. Yes, I am raising my Pokemon properly. I don't like where this conversation's going. Max. Max? What? Also, Goofy Moofy was pretty. It wasn't bad. I did enjoy it. The sequel is on the list to watch. If you haven't checked the poll in the Discord. I don't even know what that's at right now. Let me see. I'm a little curious. It looks like currently Kung Fu Panda is in the lead. So that's pretty cool. Also, Pog. That is true. Jack Black. Seems good. Ooh, daylight savings time is actually ending soon, if I remember right. Is it next week? I'll make sure to make a post about it, because we will be falling back an hour. And people will be confused. Be like, why'd you start an hour late? Well, technically I didn't. Wait. Collaborate and listen. I'm so confused. About? It's my first time ever having to deal with daylight savings. Ooh, that's gonna be fun. Time zones be odd as fuck. Yeah, we need to just get rid of doing daylight savings. Just stick with one. Yeah, Arizona is like the only state that doesn't, and I think there's another chunk of a state that doesn't, but that's about it. Hawaii, yeah. Okay. We're gonna go for 2 more minutes on this. And we're gonna see what's up. I'll take a little break from it if we don't get the Firestone. Just because I do want to do something else besides the room simulation here. So you're gonna start at 7? Yes. No. Wait. No, it'll still be 8. It'll just feel like that. I think. Yeah, it'll still be that. It'll just feel like it's an hour later. Tiny, you're gonna change times too. It's still gonna be the same time. You're just gonna feel more rested. Alright, we'll do one more call, and then we'll just, because we're pretty much out of time anyway. There's also a Sableye in chat if anyone wants to try and catch it. I might just do this in my spare time or something. I don't know. Alright, come on, call, kid. With a Firestone. It'd be great. Or not at all. He should be calling. Why hasn't he called me? There he goes. Okay, we're gonna go do something else. Okay, Alan has become the bane of my existence. So we need to go to Mahogany, I think. Or Eckertiques. 31 people active in streamers. Gotta love it. Heck yeah. I'm gonna heal up. Also, I need something with cut, if I remember right. Maybe. I'm not even sure he's over there. I just gotta go. I gotta go look. We just gotta go check. Do 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 do. Because for all I know, I've already done this. Aha! He is right there. I don't know the order of where he goes next, but... technically, we could go to Mahogany. Mahogany Town. Mahogany. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. I need something that can cut. Gloom's the winner. Question, do you have cut already? I still need to check. You do. Well, fantastic. Does anybody know the order of how Suicune works? Do you know where he goes next? I could look it up. I did not get the Firestone yet. I'm taking a break from that. We're gonna do something else for a little while. We're gonna go try and catch Suicune. I don't remember where he pops up next, though. I mean, he doesn't go to Kanto, does he? Have I to go and threaten Alan? Maybe. Tis possible. Let's take a look. Pokemon Crystal finding Suicune location. Okay. Right outside the national park. Okay, yeah. I know now. Ooh, thank you for the epic unit. Yeah, there's only 3 spots in Crystal, and they added more. I remember him being right here. I think. Was I wrong? I thought he was here. Ah. Do, 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 do. And then we have the clear bell. Cool. We gotta go fight the Wise Trio in Ekritique. Whoopsie. Do, get the fuck out my way. A momentous event has occurred. I beg your pardon, but I must ask you to leave. Ah! The sound of that clear bell. It's sublime. I've never heard so beautiful a sound before. That bell's chime is indicative of the bearer's soul. You may be able to make it through 10 Tower. Please do go on. How many Pokeballs do I have? Yeah, we'll work with that. We'll make it work. Legend has it that upon the emergence of a trainer who has the ability to touch the souls of Pokemon, a Pokemon will come forth to put that trainer to the test at the 10 Tower. The legend has come true. The legendary Pokemon Suicune has arrived. We, the Wise Trio, shall test your worthiness to go inside. Cool! I thought that said Goku for a second as Gaku. Such a tease. Are you worthy? I mean, I'm gonna throttle this Pokemon right here. Even a crit. Unnecessary, but awesome. Flareon. Yeah, we'll swap. Quagsir. Surf it, baby. Stronger than we thought, perhaps. Ah, so it is you who claim to have seen Suicune, Entei, and Raikou while they slept? Inconceivable! Legend has it they can't be seen while they sleep. I think I proved that legend wrong, huh? Can he be trusted with the truth? I must ascertain your worthiness. And his hair is like super long. Masa, Gaku, and somebody else. We got less than a minute for Stream Raiders. Don't forget to drop in your units. No. I got 2 crits. That's crazy. Jolteon. Yeah, we'll switch. Go to Quagsire again. Thank you for the epic unit. Looks like a Waluigi. That's pretty cool. No. The thing hasn't popped up yet. I was hoping to see how many units we had. I will tell you the truth. In the past, there were 2 9-tier towers here. The Brass Tower, which was said to awaken Pokemon, and the Tin Tower, where Pokemon were said to rest. The view from the tops of the towers must have been magnificent. At the time, an immense silver-colored Pokemon was said to make its roost atop the Brass Tower. However, about 150 years ago, a lightning bolt struck one of the towers. It was engulfed in flames that raged for 3 days. A sudden downpour finally put out the blaze, and that is how the Burn Tower came to be. Okay. Let me see your power. I mean, it's over 9,000, so it do be like that, though. Mine's way higher than that. I mean, it's also over 9,000. The statement still stands. I just didn't say what mine was. Alright, we're gonna obliterate this with a Thunder Punch. Alright, Koji. Too strong. Why? Because I'm awesome. Duh. Are you the trainer who was awaited by the legendary Pokemon? I see. We, the Wise Trio, have been given the responsibility of protecting the legendary Pokemon. We are to allow passage only to those people who possess the power of and soul of truth. Please, do go on and enter the 10 tower ahead. Suikun will put you to the test. First things first. We're gonna do that. This is the reason why people want Legends Johto or Legends Celebi, because of that whole lightning hitting the tower, and how Suicune, Entei, and Raikou used to be different Pokemon. Oh, here they are. Maybe that's why I haven't run into them, because they're still here. Da-da-da-da-da. Okay, I have bad luck with Suicune, so we'll take a crack at it. But I've had bad luck in the past. Doesn't have rest, does it? Also surprised it didn't do an ice attack. I'm pretty sure it has one. Okay, Rain Dance, that's fine. I'm gonna go put it to sleep and start eating balls. God help me if it has an ice attack. I'm in trouble. Okay, that's fine. Use Rain Dance. I'm okay with that. It goes zzz, zzz. Let's do an Ultra Ball. Hope for the best. Nothing. There's an unknown in chat if you might want to try and catch it. I do not have unknown. Okay, we had 2 shakes. Nothing. Woke up. Ooh, Gust is actually gonna do some damage. Not a lot, mind you. That shouldn't do much at all. One. Got 1 shake. Nothing. Alright, let's see who gets unknown. Tiny, you got unknown. Congratulations. Good job. Pooper scoopers. Okay, we got 8 balls left for Ultra. And we'll have to switch to Great Balls, I guess. We got 3 shakes that time. It's gonna wake up. Nope, still asleep. Okay. Nope. It woke up. It did the Buble beam. Michael Buble. Go to sleep. No. That's fine. You looking at apartments this week? On Saturday, yes. So I get a 3-day work week instead of a 4-day, which is pretty cool. So I'm looking forward to that. That'll be fun. It'd be nice being in a 2-bedroom apartment, I think. Instead of streaming in my living room and working in my living room and all that. Hope you find a good space. Me too. I've looked up a bunch of them. Like, I have an Excel document with all the places written down, what the prices are and all that. Hopefully the internet's just as good. It's kind of another big thing I'm kind of concerned about. Okay, that's all the Ultra Balls. So we have 17 Great Balls to go. Yeah, that'll be nice to make your relaxation area separate. Exactly. Suicune, the color of this ball matches you. This is for you. Go for the old noggin. Yeah. And then I'll probably get the motivation and inspiration to do video editing again, because I haven't felt it in so long. Ow! Rude. Bruh. Not doing max revive, we're just gonna do regular revive. So the fourth one was Lear. Got it. Don't think it'd be worth doing any of those. Alright, we're gonna send in Jump Left again and hope for the best. So it doesn't have an ice attack like I thought it did. It gets an ice attack, I think. But I guess it didn't start with it. Because I think it gets Aurora Beam. Like 41 or something. But I could be wrong too. Alright, come on, Suicune. I think if Alice had a Pokemon like Suicune would be it. It's the same color, you know? They match. There would also be a cat. Probably a grass type as well. Maybe Sprigatito. We may be resetting. It do be like that sometimes. So close. I don't know what the catch rate with a Great Ball while it's asleep at this percentage of health is, but... Go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep. Got 9 Great Balls left. I'll throw the Heavy Ball out there for the lulls, but I doubt it'll work. I was hoping on that one. The Butter Tank skin. I'll take a look in a sec. Oh, the Butler Tank. Yeah. Yes, I've seen the Butler. I was like, butter? Somebody made a butter tank. Interesting. Woke up, rain dance, sure. Gotta put you to sleep first. I'm sure there is a Butterskin out there something. Possibly. It do be like that sometimes. We're not doing so good here. I'm tempted to just go ahead and reset now, but I mean, if it catches, it catches. Stubborn. Okay, the rain stopped. That's fine. Go back to sleep. Okay, we got one last great ball, and then we got a heavy ball. That's it. I'm not wasting the master ball. The master ball will either be on Lugia or whoever I go after last. Last ball luck, baby! Okay. It do be like that. I might go buy some more Ultra Posts, to be honest. Tempted. Unfortunately, I can't speed run through this. We have to sit here and watch them leave me again. At least we know the 4 attacks this guy's got: Bubble Beam, Gust, Rain Dance, and Leer. So that makes it pretty easy. Ah, I need a little bit more health. Crap. I don't know how to do it though. Gloom, get in here. Don't get hit by Gust. Ah, come on. Lame. I'm not throwing Eevee in there. I'm gonna try a headbutt and see if it'll kill or not. Hopefully it doesn't. Okay. We're fine. We got this. Okay, it has slightly less health than it did last time. I was just hoping it would have gone for Rain Dance or Leer or something against Gloom, but it decided to just go for the kill. It do be like that sometimes. It do. One, two, three. Suicune woke up and chose Chaos today. Rude. Nope. No, no, no. Go to the Ultra Balls. Okay, so we don't need this anymore. Just get this pulled back up. No! Don't do that. Go to sleep. There's a Blitzel in chat if anybody wants to try and catch it. Do I have Blitzel? I do. Okay. We good. Okay. And you're asleep, right? Yeah. Don't want to waste a... Don't want to waste one. Still asleep. Let's go. Come on! Suicune, stop being stubborn. It's just rude. Oh my god. That was one Leer? It had to have been two, right? Oof. Come on. Suicune do be stubborn. The other two are gonna be a lot worse. Because they run. We got about 8 more minutes for stream raiders as well. Don't forget to drop in your units. We got 4 Ultra Balls left. Damn. Just gonna wake up. Yep. Did Leer again. Go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep. Yes. We do like it when you're asleep, Suicune. You're less mean. At least that's what I think. Alright, we got 2 Ultra Balls left, and then we got a bunch of Great Balls. Hoping for the best. That was not the best. Alright, we're on to Great Balls. Are they great though? I don't know. We'll see. Haven't had any shakes in a while, so that was refreshing. Come on, so close. And dead jump left. Cool. At least the sound stopped. Alright, Quagsire, go. Suicune! Yeah, I'm giving it a shot. It ain't going great. We'll think of the epic unit. But Mr. Blue, how are you? Right, bro. Also, I'm blue today. That's fun. Go to sleep. A little hazy because I woke up just now. How are y'all? Doing pretty good. And thank you for the epic unit. Oh no, go to sleep. This ain't good. Go to sleep. Thank you. Well, we're glad to have you, Mr. Blue. Glad you're awake. Come on, let's go. It's 11:30. Gotcha. Late night for Halloween last night? Yes! Heck yeah, baby! Got a sweet coon. Awesome. Too awesome, even. I've never seen a battle that great. That was truly inspiring to see. Suicune was tough, but you were even more incredible. I heard Suicune's mystic power summons a rainbow-colored Pokemon. Maybe, just maybe, what went on today will cause that Pokemon to appear. I'm gonna study the legends more. Thanks for showing me that fantastic battle. Later. Also, Tiny, because you did a resub, didn't you? Today? I know Amlogger did. You get to claim another Pokemon. And if Amlogger's here, Amlogger also gets to. I kind of forgot because I was so hyper focused on getting elemental stones. I'm really bad at remembering stuff like that. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Okay, I go save. We're gonna go add Suicune to the list. I gotta figure out what number I'm on too. Let's see, we'll start with 155? 156. Alright, Suicune's 156. Nice. Okay, so we're going to need, we're gonna need some more Ultra Balls. I kind of used them all up. Do 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 do. We'll buy 20 Great Balls. No. We'll buy 50 Ultra Balls. We're gonna name Coughing Tussin. Okay. Coughing. 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 There you go. Cool, cool. Alright, so who are we going after next? Let's see. Evolution, 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 evolution. Breeding, evolution. Electabuzz. We're gonna go after Electabuzz. No, we're gonna go after Chansey. Chansey first. We actually need 2 Chansey, if I remember right. Yep. We need 2. So we get to go hunt that down. How much time? We got 1 more minute for streamators. Don't forget to drop in your units. Okay, so we need to get to Route 13. Off the top of my head, I don't remember where Route 13 is. I think it's below Lavender Town. I think. Also, Mr. Blue, we are doing a giveaway. If you want to type gift to enter, it's for a set of stickers, a Pokemon card, or if you play the TCG, we could do the code cards for that. I can do 5 code cards. I should probably look and see what I'm flying to. That'd be smart. Okay, right there. So yeah, south of Lavender. Or we could do this. I guess it doesn't matter. We'll go to Vermilion. It's fine. I'm gonna save and then we'll do stream raiders. And okay, we are here. We are doing stuff, and I gotta delete. No, I don't delete. We're not done with that. If he calls and I get the stone, that'd be great. Oh goodness. I haven't been over here yet. I didn't want to battle. Mad to think that's a year old now. What's a year old? There's a Hapeep. Aww. Sorry, Tiny is gone. Poopies. The thingy clip. The thingy clip. What thingy clip? The thingy clip. I don't know which one that is. The dancing one. What, the twerk? Wait, am I on the right route? Okay, so we need to go down one, right? That's what I wrote down, right? We're gonna name Finny and Bubble? Alright, cool. Yeah, we gotta go down one. Ooh, we still have bloom, so I can cut this. Cool. We do need vitamins for Eevee. So that's our Espeon. What the hell? What the hell? I'll take the item. Nugget! That's money. Money, baby! Okay, let me get into here. Can't remember the... Michael Myers? Uh-huh. And we were gonna name him Bubble. Okay. Got it. Route 13, here we go. Now, how do we get in there? Go up this way. Gotta go up further. Gotta go even further beyond. Another vitamin, I'll take that. The good thing is, all this walking is good for, This is just mean. Oh, I don't want to battle your Pikachu gang. I just want to go find 2 Chansey. We gotta get 2. You really have 6 Pikachu. This is gonna be annoying. Yeah, at least we're getting double the money from this battle. Yeah, do be like that. Do be like that. Yes, we're gonna go into Jump Bluff. Do 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 do. We're gonna do a headbutt. Cause that should kill, right? It do kill. I never did turn on the AC. Maybe I should. I kind of forgot. Errors have been made. Do 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 do. We'll do it before you forget again. About what? What did I forget? I'll go do it. That was a joke, Tiny. It's okay. Let's get this up and this up. Cool, cool. We ain't doing so good in Stream Raiders now. We were doing, like, we had so many people in, and all of a sudden, I guess everybody left. Sad. It do be like that, though. Oh, here we go. Okay. So we go up here. And up here. Okay, so we need 2 Chansey. How many Pokemon do we have in this box? I don't know. I should probably look. Hop Hip, don't care. This. Okay, we got exactly 2 slots. Wonder how the Stream Raiders algorithm works. I have no idea. Pidgeotto. Which I'm pretty sure we already have. But I want to find the highest level Pidgeotto I can so I can not have to do a lot of training to get Pidgeot. Because that's going to be a bit of a grind as it is. Need Arena. Downside, I can't really just mindlessly go back and forth because I might hop over the fence. I gotta be careful. Okay, so let's go ahead and close this. We don't need this. I need to move this back so I can see a little bit better. Sounds good. Sounds like Amlogger likes the Finian name that you picked out, so good job. Let's go into... Oops, I thought I was going left and right. Let's go look at the Pokedex and see what the encounter rate is. We're on Route 13. We need Gen 2. It's a 1%. This may take a while. And we need 2 of these. Okay. Not the call that I wanted, but it's fine. Oh no, we're locked out. know. So we've seen all the Pokemon on this route except for Chansey. This is what we need. We need Chansey. Ah, that works. That won't work. I'm sorry, we need 3 Chansey. We need 1 Chansey, 1 to trade, and then 1 to evolve. Yeah, it's gonna be a little brutal. It do be like that. Ah, we're gonna do it like that. Let's do a Great Ball, see what happens. Pooper scoopers. This shouldn't do a lot. Didn't think so. I feel like Headbutt would do more damage. Oh, poopy. Stubborn! They were notoriously hard to catch in Gen 1 as well. So I guess Gen 2 it carried over. That's not what I like. I meant to put it to sleep, but you know what? That's fine. That'll work. Oh, please stop using minimize. Bro, no. No. Yeah, let's not do that. No. There's an alchemy in chat if anybody wants to try and catch it. I don't think I have that one. That's +4 on evasion. I don't like that. I don't like this. Get some food beyond 5 p.m. seems way too early. I mean, maybe. Didn't mean to cut. Hopefully this doesn't kill. Hopefully it misses. Kick it. Oh, it heals anyway. Great. Might wait and get something at 10 instead. Go to sleep. This is gonna be super annoying to get 3 of these. Nice, y'all got it. I probably should have done an Ultra Ball. Great, now I'm not gonna have any chance to get to this thing. It's at +5 now on evasion. The odds of putting this thing to sleep is so damn small. And it's maxed out on evasion. This is bullshit. Fuck you, Chansey. And have to catch 3 of these. It's so bad. Trying to think if I have anything with Swift. I can't remember off the top of my head.
Hello there.
Veld, hello there. How's it going? Welcome in. We're trying to catch a Chansey with +6 evasion. I don't think it's gonna happen, but we're gonna try. At least you can't miss the Pokemon anymore. I should have just done Ultra Balls before. I was being too conservative, and I should have just gone all out. That was my bad. Anything with Swift? Nope. Oh my god, this is bad. This is so bad. I don't know how to hit this thing. I mean, it doesn't really matter because it's just going to use soft boiled anyway. I'm bound to hit it eventually. Bro. I hate Chansey. Why did they do this? Why did they think this was funny? It's probably gonna use soft boiled. Nope, gonna go for double slap, sure. Fuck you, Chansey. That is a very stubborn Pokemon. I don't like this game. Stop playing games, Chansey. Fuck you. This is so annoying. And I thought Suicune was bad. No. Chansey is a douchebag. That's not who I meant either. I meant to do Jump Bluff. Let's see what a headbutt does, I guess. Okay. Now if I just am able to put it to sleep without it using soft boiled, that'd be great. Come on. Come on. Wow. This is the equivalency of teabagging. And it shouldn't be allowed. Go to sleep. Okay. The odds of me doing a headbutt, small, but I think I have to. Fuck you, you piece of shit Pokemon. This is so bad. And there's nothing I can do about it. Honestly, I kind of want you to die. Where is that boy? Oh, fuck you. Doing minimize 6 times and then healing is the equivalent of like stunning the killer in Dead by Daylight and then just teabagging and flashlights, like blinding. It's so toxic. And I have to do this 2 more times. Like I have to catch 3 of these things. I'm out of sleep patterns, so I guess we're just eating balls until something happens. Wow, it's ungodly frustrating. Alright, we got about 3 more minutes for Stream Raiders. I think we're probably gonna get decimated, but we'll see what we can do. My money is we're gonna get destroyed in Stream Raiders. I need dinner ideas for later. Okay. How about baked chicken, rice, and broccoli? Tiny. Well, yeah. You said ideas. You didn't say it had to be different from what I normally eat. We're gonna get to a point where I start struggling soon. That was way harder than it should have been. I am just infuriated by how hard that was. And I gotta get 2 more. Plus side, I know that headbutt won't kill unless it crits. So we should be good with that. Unfortunately, we still need Gloom on the team. Okay. But we did learn a few things during that. Headbutt first, before it starts becoming really evasive. This dude was like, do you remember? Do I remember what? I don't remember anything. I'm twice his level. That's crazy. That's crazy, though. We'll just leave Zaytu out. It's fine. All right, we'll run Stream Raiders after this battle, and we're gonna watch the slaughter happen. Should be fun. Do 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 do. I'm also curious, what time did I go live? I'm trying to remember. Oh, I know how to check. Do 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 do. Let's see. Yeah, I want that. If I had to guess, I went live at like 8:05. I'm relatively sure I did. So we have to go this way. It does get easier if it knows we're losing. True. That is true. Okay. Alrighty, we're looking for another 1% Chansey. We need 2 of them. I should probably have jump left up front while I'm thinking about it. We'll just immediately go for the headbutt, and then we'll go for the Ultra Ball or Great Ball. I don't think it matters at that point. We'll take it for the epic unit. Alright, what you got, Alan? I'm happy for you. Do 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 do. Not a Chansey. So 1% encounter. I kind of was pushing this off a little bit, just because I knew it would take a while. But we're gonna have to get to it sooner or later, so. Nice, guy, you got it. Very cool. I never got a chance to use that Pokemon in Gen 7, like, at all. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. And we're gonna have to go change the box after we catch another Chansey, because it's full after that. Because Suicune's in it, Chansey, already one Chansey's in it. And there's only room for one more, so... Because I had 17 in there before. It just be like that sometimes. In retrospect, maybe I should have already changed it, but I didn't. I mean, I guess I could go and change it real quick, but I don't know. Yeah, I think I'll go ahead and change it real quick. Do 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 do. So we want to go to box 10, right? Yes. Bum, 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 bum. I'm bumping into stuff. It's fine though. It's okay. Okay, so far so good. I don't remember there being any trainers down here, so we're good. Dodge those. I'm holding off on fighting as many trainers as possible because I'm gonna need the experience for other Pokemon. Like Pidgeotto, for example. Or Pupitar. Or Dragonair. Like, those are gonna take a while. Honestly, if I was smart, I wouldn't have flown. I would have just walked so I can give Eevee some more steps, but I didn't think about it. That's a hop hit. Do, 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 do. Bum, 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 bum. I am a little thirsty, and I'm getting a little hungry. It might be that time to go get food started. It is almost 12:30. Okay. That's what I'm gonna do. At 12:30, I'm gonna go take a quick break, get some food started. That's the plan. Food. Yeah, food do be pog. That's Pidgeotto. We don't care about that right now. I need to see what level the Pidgeotto I have is, because if that's a higher level, maybe I should go for that. I don't know. It just depends. I'm cooking some rice right now. Ooh. Are you just doing rice, or are you doing anything to go with it? Because I think I'm going to do rice, chicken, and broccoli. About to cook some rice too. Alright, it's rice time, everybody. Everybody go get some rice. Rice hype indeed. Thank you for the epic unit. I don't know why I didn't show up, but I heard the noise. Rice up, minions. Was that a frog? Nice. Alright, come on. We need 2 chances. I have no idea what it is called in English, but it involves chicken and broccoli. casserole? Or the AceofBade special? What's the AceofBade special? So AceofBade special 1 is rice with baked chicken and broccoli and half an avocado. The special number 2 is rice with green beans and sweet potatoes and ground turkey. I mean, I can keep going. I have a bunch of specials because it's the stuff I eat all the time. Again, it do be like that. Hell yeah, that sounds healthy AF. I am pretty healthy. Nah, casserole is more like a pie. I think that's more like a shepherd's pie. Or a pot pie. Now, a casserole here is, it's in a Corningware dish, like a glass dish, and it's everything's just mixed together. For us, a pie is, you know, the same thing, but it's coated in some kind of breaded material, some kind of doughy bread material. I don't bake it in the oven. Gotcha. Crock pot, maybe? It's kind of like a sauce with chicken and veggies in it. And then I mix rice in as well. Stir fry? Are you frying it, I guess, is the question. How are you cooking it, I guess? Maybe we should start with that. I just don't mind in the steamer. It's like I heard something, but it turns out it was sirens. Kind of like stir fry, I guess. Gotcha. But not in a frying pan. When you make it, can you post it in the Discord so we can see? No. Yes, run. Run! Cause I'm curious. I want to see. This wig is not doing any favors for my head. Not sure if we have something like that here, but it sounds yummy. Yes, it does. I need Chansey. Is the catch rate the same on the other 2 routes? Because it's on 3 routes. I'm just kind of curious. Yep. Doesn't matter. It's the exact same. But maybe I'll have better luck on the other routes. So let's go to a different route. Do 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 do. Bum bum ba-dum ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-bum. Just a weird thing right there. I'm gonna go get that item too. Oh, poopy scoopies. Have you forgotten anything? I've forgotten lots of stuff, let's be honest. Teacher. Clefairy. Yikes. We're at the same level. Double slap. This may be a mistake using jump left for this fight, but no, stop with the minimize. I'm already getting PTSD from it. Stop it. Get help. Eh. Do 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 do. Let's go get whatever this item is. Pee-pee up. Big pee-pee. Maybe it's the same Pokemon on this route too, I don't know. I kind of figured a change of pace would be nice, but that didn't appear to be the case so far. Yeah, it's the same Pokemon. Got it. And downside, I can't do the rare candy, or the repel trick. Because Chansey can only be level 25, and there's clearly Pokemon that are stronger here. There's a Ghastly in chat if you almost try and catch it. I feel like I have Ghastly. I do. We good. We good. That's a peep. Not a Chansey. At this point, I might be better breeding two Chansey. I don't know what the hatch time takes. I don't know what the hatch time is though. Do 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 do. Come on, Chansey. Breeding two Chanseys. What are you trying to do? So I need a total of 3 Chansey. 1 Chansey, 1 to evolve into Blissey, and 1 for a trade. That I didn't know existed until I started doing this. The downside, I think somebody claimed that Pokemon, and I won't be able to rename it, so for this one specifically, not much I can do about it, but it's okay. Do-do-do. Looking for a stupid Chansey. Do-do-do. Do-do-do. Ow. That ain't comfortable. We got a little less than 12 minutes for stream raiders. Don't forget to drop in your units every 5 minutes. Yeah, I think it's the exact same Pokemon on this route as the other one. And I'm assuming Route 14 would be about the same. Okay. I'm gonna take a little break, go get some food started, and get some water. When I get back, we will continue to hunt for Chansey. What sucks is we have another 1% Pokemon to look for. Dunsparce! You're okay, we don't care about that. Magnus, also welcome in. How are you? We are doing a giveaway. If you want to enter, you just type gift. There are 3 things that the winner can pick from. Set of stickers, a Pokemon card, or 5 code cards for the Pokemon Online TCG game thing. Ah, my nose. Alright, Chansey, need you to pop up, buddy. And we need 2 more. If I ever win something, it'll immediately go to Tiny. Yeah, but she doesn't want anything mailed to her, because she doesn't like giving out her address. And she didn't play the TCG, so... Wow. Oops. Ow. E. Oh. Oh, this is it's a bit of a grind, but you know we'll get there. Maybe. Hopefully. I live too far for something to be mailed. I mean, I do mail outside of the US as well. The only one who's never gotten their stuff was Tuscar. On the moon, confirmed, yes. I'm in a line. Whoa. Yeah, I do be like that. Alright, let's get this. There we go. What stream rater's up? Lunar Mail must be a fortune, possibly. Yeah, Tuscar is in South Africa. Zambiba? I forgot how, or Zambia. Zambia. That's it. And that's the only one I've had issues with sending anything, but I haven't had any issues in Europe. Namibia? Did I say it right? I'm pretty sure there's a Zambia. 2 scars here. Speak of the devil, yeah.
Hello there.
It do be like that. I knew there was a Zambia. I just got places mixed up, that's all. Indeed I am. Okay, come on. We need to Chansey. They are a chore to find, but when they pop up, at least we know they don't run. Is bordering. Gotcha. Do. I still need to figure out how much it'll cost to ship an envelope. I don't think it cost that much. I don't think it was that much to send out. It was like $1.50 or something. My Halloween was alright. Yesterday, I dressed up as Michael Myers, played some Dead by Daylight, was gonna play the Halloween game. There's Chansey. But my computer couldn't handle it, so we'll have to save that for next year. Yeah, I saw the Michael Myers mouse. Oh no, that's from like, I think that one was from last year. I could Leech Seed maybe. I don't want to chance headbutting because I did gain a level and that's going to be unfortunate. Just need you to stay asleep. Okay, that's good. No! That was a waste. On the plus side, we are healed up now. I'm gonna take a chance. Oops. We need this one. Come on. Come on, come on, come on. Pooper scoopers. Music here is so intense. It is. Thank you for the works, guy. Wouldn't it be logical if the Mon was knocked out, you could put it in a ball? This is true. A lot of people have said that, but unfortunately, the game creators disagreed. We also have less than a minute for Stream Raiders. Don't forget to drop in your units. This will catch. Or not. I'm surprised it hadn't woken up yet. Thank you for the epic unit. Looks like my that creature from My Neighbor Totoro or whatever the movie's called. I still haven't seen any of them. I have made an error. We got 52 units, okay. I'm just gonna try. That's number 2. We need one more. You probably never seen a grilled lettuce. I have not. Can't say I have. I've seen grilled cabbage, but I've never seen grilled lettuce. Basically, what we did, we wrapped whatever we were making in cabbage and just threw it on the grill. But I don't remember what we made. Was it a meatloaf? It might have been a meatloaf. It was so many years ago, I don't remember. I feel like Leech Seed might be detrimental and I just got really lucky. Need to start cooking more international dishes, expand my food knowledge a little more, possibly. I'm always up for trying new things. Yeah, what is Magnus's national dish? Do 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 do. Hopefully the third chance won't be as bad. It's called Zeppelins. Wouldn't happen to have lead in it, would it? Get it? Because Led Zeppelin, the band. Potato meat dumplings. That sounds really good. So obviously there's potatoes in it, but what all is in it? Google it. I mean, okay. Food. Okay, so I'm gonna do this. So it looks like this is what we're working with. So, oh, you can't see my mouse. Oh, no, you can. Okay, so I see the meat in here, and I see what looks like bacon bits and parsley. So how do you, is it just mashed potatoes, like, rolled over, like, ground beef? Is that what it is? I'll print out a recipe. It does look pretty good, not gonna lie. And this one over here, it's got some chives on it, and it looks like some kind of sauce down here. Basically, that's what it is. Okay. Then you got this one. It looks like that's some kind of like cream cheese, or not cream cheese, sour cream or something. But there's no peel at all, it looks like. Okay. I've had dumplings before, but I've never tried making them because I feel like I'd mess them up. Just, look up Papa, let's see. Ooh, I put Papa. Relina Peruana. I'm sure I butchered that. That looks very similar. What's a good... I mean, this is a great look at the inside of it. Can I post a link for the recipe here? It won't let you, but you can give it to the mods and they'll do it, or if you want to post it in the Discord, that'd be fine too. This one looks good. Looks like jambalaya inside a potato. This one looks like a fried potato, like, patty, or potato pancake with some, like, peppers and veggies on top. Okay. Alright, let's try for this other Chansey. It's seasoned ground beef, olives, and hard-boiled eggs. I could probably do hard-boiled eggs if it was mixed in with something, but by itself I can't do hard-boiled eggs. I've never actually tried olives. I've always just assumed I'd hate them. Also has raisins. I mean, I can't really knock it until I try it, I guess, but right off the bat, that doesn't sound great. But hey, you know, I've had weird foods before. I might leave those off. I like raisins. Usually just by themselves, though. The outside is pretty much mashed potatoes and mashed yuca, then deep fried. I see. Yeah, there's this one that looks, it's the Relina, but it's like it's it's in a plate of rice basically. So I guess there's a lot of different ways to dish this out. The possibilities are endless. Anybody else hungry? I'm hungry. I'm waiting for my food to finish. They're a pain in the ass to make, but they're so good. Just give me a raisin, just a little bit, enough. I used to just down the boxes of raisins, you know, those little boxes. Quoting a Pink song, just insert a raisin. Oh, I get it. So what? Da 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 da. I don't know if that's the song or not, but sounds tricky and yummy. Yeah, it sounds like something I would mess up really quickly. I've cooked the same stuff like every day for basically 2 years, and I've forgotten how to cook other things. I forgot how to do a baked potato. That's how bad it got. That wasn't a joke either. I straight up forgot how to do baked potatoes. So that's the downside to eating the same thing every day. You forget things. Come on, Chancey. Give me one more. Do do do. Do do do. Do 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 do. I'm tempted to put it to sleep and throw Gloom in and just cut. And we'll try that and see how that goes. That's my current thought process. Do 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 do. Do do do. Goodness gracious. That food's smelling really good right now. I just tossed my potato in a small bit of oil, salt and pepper, oven at 300 for about an hour. But I want it now. Oh, 350. You can also do it by the microwave. Takes between 10 and 20 minutes, I think. Oh, goodness gracious. Come on, Chansey. I know you were a 1% encounter, but come on. Been really into garlic, lemon, and dill for potatoes recently. What is dill? I don't really know. Do 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 do. It's an herb like thyme or rosemary. What we need is some taters. What's taters, precious? Potatoes. Boil them, mash them, cook them in a stew. Chancey! I need you to up here, please. Highly recommended. I think my food's done. It's quite possible. All this food talk. Told you. It do be like that. Come on, Chancey. We need one more. There's a pallet sand in chat if anybody wants to try and catch it. Do 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 do. I do wish there was more than just wonder trading on the community game. I wish you could actually trade with other people. That way you can get what you're looking for a lot faster. It would be nice. It wouldn't be that hard, but you would both need access to the widget. Oh, I heard the beep. The food is done now, but I'm gonna give it a couple minutes to cool down. Do 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 do. Also, I don't know if anybody else, is looking for chicken or anything, but I am having a hard time finding chicken breast. I don't know why. I don't know if there's like a shortage or if everybody keeps picking it up, but it ain't there. They do have like chicken thighs and like drumsticks and wings and all the other stuff, but not chicken breast, and I find that weird. And like the 99% ground turkey's been gone for a while too. I need to check in on this Eevee as well to see what we're working with. Maybe the store you go to miscalculated. Maybe. That is a possibility. Do 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 do. I mean, maybe I need to go to a different Walmart. Who knows? Don't go too far down. Going too far down is dangerous. We got a little less than 14 minutes for Stream Raiders. Also, don't forget to drop in your units. 'Cause I don't think we're gonna make it through this one. Chancey, do I need to go to a different route? Because I've gotten one Chancey at 2 different routes. It's possible. Don't look at me. Oh, pooper scoopers. I didn't want to fight. Haven't had trouble finding it either. Maybe it's just me. I was also for a while having trouble finding salmon with the skin on it. They were just doing skin off for some or skinless, and I don't know why. That seems like more trouble than just leaving it. But hey, what do I know? Do do do. Chansey. Not a Chansey. Sad. That's a really high level. Chansey's cute, but I don't have it. Do you have Chansey? Want to trade for Aerodactyl? Well, at least I know where it is now. So yeah, that's who we're trading with for Chansey. In case you were wondering. I was gonna keep it a secret, but she kind of spoiled it, so. It is what it is. Just a casual fossil. We're gonna trade it for... Gonna trade it for a Chansey, which it is hard to find, but I feel like the Aerodactyl is harder to find. Alright, now we haven't seen Skiploom yet, so that's interesting. Alright, I'm gonna take a tiny little break. Okay, let's see what we can come up with. A peep. Well, that burned my mouth. And I got hair in my mouth too. So even more fun. Not a Chansey. Kind of curious what else is on this route, because I mean we saw Skiploom, which we haven't seen yet on the other two. Ooh, thank you for the epic unit. Sorry, buddy. No can do. That is the only extra thing as a Skiploom. The downside is there's a Venomoth here, and I wasted time evolving one. Oh well. During the nighttime, I mean. There is one. Not a Chansey. We need Chansey, y'all. Come on. What if the reason there are none is because I caught all of them, and that's why she can't find one? I'm a monster. So once I catch the third one, I will, I'll mark it off the list. I'll just go get Chansey out of the box, and I'll trade it for the Aerodactyl real quick, and I'll mark that off as well. That's the plan anyway. Okay. We're doing stuff. We're making stuff happen. Not a chancey, but that's okay. We'll get there. I hope. I really do. There we go. Oh, this one's a higher level. So if it's a higher level, it should be able to take the headbutt. I hope. Oh, good. Okay. Come on, baby. That's fine. Stubborn. Go back to sleep. Try and get the health a little bit further down. Okay. Now maybe we have a good chance. Come on. We are done with Chansey. Do we have a Firestone? That'd be awesome. No. It was worth a shot, though. Okay, Zaty. Fly. We're gonna go back to Fuchsia. We're gonna deposit. I guess it doesn't really matter right now. There's a love disc in chat if anybody wants to try and catch it. We'll do the higher level one, sure. Okay. Let's go get Aerodactyl. Also, real quick, are you holding anything? No. I should also save. Just real quick. We also have a minute left for Stream Raiders. Don't forget to drop in your units. Watch one pop up right now. This might be a close one. Maybe. We'll see. Alright, I've already fought you. Okay. But I don't have it. You have Chansey? Want to trade it for my Aerodactyl? Yes. Okay, connecting the link cable. Alright, Chansey was sent to Kim. For Chansey, we get Aerodactyl. It's a burb. Awesome. Gotta love it, baby. I've always wanted Chansey. Alright, so now what we can do, we're gonna go to Route 10. Oh, what do you have? Okay, that's fine. Stats. A gold berry, cool. I'm gonna take it. We're gonna go up to Cerulean. Think of the epic unit. I'm gonna go ahead and deposit this Pokemon because we don't need it no more. Okay, so I do need to keep track with what's in what box. So bear with me one sec. So we have a Chansey, Aerodactyl. And that's it in here, okay. How many are in 8? Okay, perfect. Okay. Do. Oh, good thing that bush isn't there anymore. Sad this one still is, though. Alright, so we're looking for Pokemon here. That ain't it. Now, I don't know what the encounter rate is here. Maybe I should look it up. Probably wouldn't be the worst idea. At least according to gold, it's 5%, but we're looking at crystal. 5% is the encounter rate we're working with here. We only need 1 though. I haven't had any avocado yet. I want some. Por favor. Thank you. My camera couldn't handle me bouncing up and down, I guess. Weird. Wait a minute. Rattata's not on this list. Spiro and Firo are. Is this not where I think it is? It is not. Well, that could have been bad. I could have been there forever. I'm glad that I noticed that. Ah, poopy. Although, can you encounter it here? Nope. Not at all. I was wasting my time. This is why you check. Do 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 do. This is where we need to be. Yeah, that's definitely better. There we go. Electabuzz, baby. It comes with Thunder Punch. Yikes. That's quick attack. Okay. Alright, we're gonna do a Great Ball, see what happens. Not even a shake. Come on. Come on. Gotta like the buzz. I don't think anybody claimed this one. No. But this is 159. Alright, what's next? Route 21. We gotta go there. I'm gonna be honest, I don't remember where that is. Okay, I know where. South of Pallet Town. Alright, so what's the encounter rate of this thing? %, okay. No, we already have that. We don't need that. I said leave. Okay, so we know Tangle is here. What else is here? I mean, I guess I could just look at the route. There are 4 Pokemon here. 50% Tangela, 30% Rattata, 10% Raticate, and then 10% the Pokemon we're looking for. Lots of spaghetti out here. Let's Raticate, but not what we're looking for. I think I'm gonna go another 45 minutes since I started a little late. I'm trying to balance out exactly how long, but I think that would be about 6 hours. I think I can make it. I mean, this wig is pinching my head, but I think I can make it. Corey, how's it going? Welcome in. We're finishing, or we're trying to finish the living dex for Pokemon Crystal. We're about 160 in out of 250, so we're doing pretty good. There's a Litwick in chat if Mel wants to try and catch it. I think the only one I'm missing out of that is Chandelure, but I can't remember. RC is looking great. It is. There we go. Sorry, Tiny, but I gotta get it. I swear this thing runs. We're gonna do a headbutt, see what happens. Okay. Good. Go to sleep. Even better. Mm-hmm. Ah, poopy. Come on. I don't have any other way to hit it right now. It's no good. Hey Corey, are you excited for the new Pokemon games? Yes, we got Mr. Mime. That is number 160. Let's see, where are you? There you are. Porygon's gonna be a pain because we need 2 of them. Okay, so we can go after, sort of. Yeah, I'm in the same boat, honestly. Nothing's really piqued my interest about it, 100%. But I bought the dual pack, so. I think the game looks kind of lifeless because they just haven't shown much. Like, we're still 17 days away and we still haven't seen the evolutions of the starters. And even some of the leaks, like, we still don't have them. I don't think. We've had some guesstimations, but that's about it. Alright, where are we going over here? Oh, okay. To an extent, yeah, I would agree, but at the same time, the environment looks better, I feel like, in the new games. Please tell me you have a Firestone, come on. No Firestone yet. That's the last one that I need too. I may just have to send a Firestone over from gold. The environment is more open, but visually it looks dead. Like a 2010 game. Maybe. Alright, what's the encounter rate of a Dragonair out of curiosity? Let's see. We're gonna go to Johto. We're gonna go to Dragon's Den. Where is it? There it is. 10%. Okay. We need 2 of these. Hadn't been hitting lately. I mean, I liked Arceus. It was a breath of fresh air, I thought. Oh yeah, definitely. If we can get this at if we can get this, it won't take very long to get Dragonite. Cause they're level 40. Dragonair evolves at 55. But it's a 10%. That's the downside. I only got 1 Dratini, right? I didn't go for 3. Tell me I didn't go for 3. Okay, good. Good. Good, 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 good. The amount of breeding we're gonna have to do to get the baby Pokemon is gonna be insane. Do 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 do. Dratini, which honestly not terrible, because level 41 it evolves, and then. But I think I'm gonna skip. I'd rather just go for 2 Dragonair. Okay. Kind of like that. I should have healed, but I didn't. It can't be that low of a catch rate, right? Okay. Okay, we're still asleep, so I'm gonna go for it. %10 encounter is really not that bad, especially compared to Chansey. That took forever. Because we needed 3 of them. I think what I'm gonna do for the happiness Pokemon, I'm gonna just throw 4 or 5 on the team. Woke up. Come on and slam. And welcome to the jam. How many more happiness Pokemon are there? There's Blissey, there's Espeon. That actually might be it. I can't remember for sure. Like, we don't need to evolve any of the baby Pokemon. Except, you know, a Tyrogue or 2. Because we already got Togetic. We already got Crobat. We already got Umbreon. Okay, we got a Dragonair. I'll take it. Moopa! How's it going?
Moopa moo!
Hi, hi. Hi, hi. How's it going? Been lurking today? Fun. I'm assuming work is pretty busy. Also, Moopa, if you type gift in chat, and also Corey, if you type gift in chat, you'll be entered in for a chance to win either a set of stickers, a Pokemon card, or if you play the TCG, 5 code cards. Winner gets to choose. Been work being crazy. It do be like that. Do 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 do. Okay, Moopa, you don't have to enter. I get it. You always win. You, Kagome, and JP like seem to win every single time. You are a wiener. How's stream? Stream's good. We got the Chansey, we got an Electabuzz, we got a Mr. Mime, and we got 1 Dragonair. I'm working on the second. Do, 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 do. Okay, it's Dratini, which, not terrible, but I'd rather just go for the Dragonair and save a step. It's all good. Yeah, we've been talking about food like half the stream. It started with the breakfast stuff. Then it worked its way to lunch stuff. It's crazy. It's been a fun stream. I enjoyed it. Hopefully everybody else has too. Do, 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 do. Now I'm hungry. Well, have you had lunch yet? Because it's almost 3 p.m. where you're at. Mongolian taco. What is that involved? It is Taco Tuesday, yes. Also, for funsies, rinse stew. Yeah, I almost forgot this morning. 12 Mongolians. Salt and pepper. Don't tell me that's it. Salt, pepper, and a tortilla, and that's it. That doesn't sound very filling. That's not a Dragonair. No meat. Mongolians are the meats. What? Did you eat a person, Moopa? Are we gonna find out you ate a person on the news because they're gonna say a Florida woman got a hold of some bath salts and started chomping down on people like in 2012? Remember in 2012 when that actually happened? And people thought it was actually legit the sign of the apocalypse. How naive and wrong we were. It's crazy. I don't know. It's pulled pork and a ton of other stuff. Gotcha. I would assume, like, you know, peppers and... Come on. I have rice stuck in my gums. There we go. I got it. Oh, no peppers. Balt salts are really rough. Yes. Balt salts. I would have assumed it would have been... What is Mongolian beef, though? Like, is it just seasoned a different way or something? Or cooked a different way? I know, Tiny. There's a Sinus tea in chat if anybody wants to try and catch it. I'm honestly half tempted to just go for the Dratini, but I'd really rather not. Become a follower. No, thank you. Where did you come from? Get out of here. So it's got onions and spinach. And I see the pulled pork. Oh, there's the thing. I see it now. I will say, it doesn't look like something I would eat, but that's okay. It's colorful. I'm also a really picky eater, so. Moopa, you ready for Vegas next year? Dude, I'm just trying to pay rent at the moment. I understand. I get that. And JP, enjoy the walk. Touch grass. We all need to touch grass, let's be honest. There we go. Pagarino, baby. Pet the peppers, yes. Or put the peppers. Whatever you want to do. Whatever floats your boat. I thought agility was going to miss for some reason. I don't know why. There was like a slight pause in there. Dragon Rage may be a problem. When's the last time you touched grass? Let's see. I went on a run yesterday. Does that count? No, it flees. Fuck. I should have put it to sleep sooner. I didn't know they could run. Damn it. Ooh, thank you for the epic unit. I'm half tempted to just go for the Dratini. I think I will. Run in the grass? Well, kinda. I walked through a yard to get back to the house. Does that count? We're just gonna go for the Dratini. I'm not going for Draconair anymore. That really bummed me out. I'm waiting for pictures of homemade Zeppelins. Did you step on all the flowers too? No. Do y'all not have normal yards, Moopa? They have a lot of grass, a couple of trees. They have a little garden, but what about pot? No, they don't have that. Alright, we're just gonna go for the Ultra Ball. I was hoping I could save some, but I don't think we're gonna be able to. Being stubborn. Very stubborn. I don't like it. Oh, okay. And rude. I know rent's due. I already paid it. We're good. But thank you for the reminder phone. Okay, look, I can't hit you anymore, so can you just get in the ball, please? That'd be great. Thanks. Thank you. Okay. So I'm gonna mark off Dragonair. Damn it, I missed the bug. So that's 161. Okay, so we're skipping Porygon for now. We're skipping all the stone Pokemon. Let's go get a ferret, because I missed one. I don't know how I missed one, but I missed one. Z2, where you at? There you are. Mahogany. At least I think Route 43 is here, but I could be wrong. I need to play my Pokemons again. You do. They're fun. Yeah, 43. You were so much farther. Well, I've been playing this for weeks, though. I even took a break for a while because of, you know, Spooktober. Do 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 do. All right, we are looking for a ferret or a furret. That ain't furret. I should probably run Stream Raiders. That'd be good. I also should probably heal. Hold on now. I don't know why I didn't. I'm just like, let's go get the mods. Let's forget about my well-being and the well-being of my Pokemon. Let's go get more Pokemon. God, this wig's getting everywhere. Okay, so oh, we got a phone call. Hey, it's a bullshit phone call though. I need a Firestone. That's all I need. What's up, baby girl? Alright, we're looking for ferret. I don't know what the catch rate is, but, or encounter rate. Never mind. We found it. Mastiff! Go sleep powder. GG easy. Possibly. Okay, so sleep. Somebody's messing with the dumpster outside. I can hear it. I should tell my ex about Stream Raider. She can buy a chest there, but I'm ha, funny. I don't know if they were bad or not. Stream's been pretty good. I've been vibing. We've been talking about food a lot today. Started with breakfast foods, and then it went to lunch foods. All right, we got ferret. Nice. All right, so that's 162. Nice, nice. How have you been, Mastiff? All right, skipping baby Pokemon, skipping stone evolutions. We got Dunsparce. We can go get a Quillfish. Fair to Midland. I don't know what that means. On Route 12. Oh, come on. Hello. Alright, so we gotta get back to Kanto. I don't know what the... Is this the only place you can find it, though? Before I just, like, jump on the train. No, we can go to Route 32. Haha! I'm glad that I checked. This is why we check. Okay, so that is south of the Who's the What's the Gypsy. Violet City. Easy peasy lemon squeezy baby. This is why we check. I could have wasted time. I'm going the wrong way. That's a force of habit going to talk to Alan. Do 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 do. Also, Mastiff, if you type gift in chats, you'll be entered in for the giveaway. We're doing a set of stickers, a Pokemon card, or if you like playing the TCG, 5 code cards. The winner gets to choose. Okay. Or you just gift by itself. No, nothing else. Just gift. I don't know why I say gift in chat. Like it's kind of obvious. That's a force of habit, I guess. I mean, you don't have to enter. Alright, Tentacool, no. We're looking for Quillfish. Okay. Okay, bye. Do you want to build a snowman? Oh, nice. Mastiff hates me. Yeah, basically. But to be fair, Moopa, I didn't see you say hi to Mastiff at all. Oh, I was only looking up 10. Ha ha ha. Yep, Mastiff hates you. Alright, we are looking for a quillfish. Do 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 do. There's a Yamask in chat if anyone wants to try and catch it. Ow. Do 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 do. That's not a quillfish. Are you absolutely certain there's one here? That's what it says. I'm having doubts, but you know, I'm gonna stick with it. We're gonna find the quillfish. I know I've been a bad manager, sorry. Yeah, Moopa's been away for a while. You don't call, you don't write. We worry about you, kid. Ace says while he's dressed up like Alice. My neck still hurts, and I'm sad about it. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Well, of course you're missed, but no need to feel guilty. Eh. You're not what I'm looking for. We need quillfish. This is the wrong poison water type. We need the pufferfish looking thing, not the jellyfish looking thing. Ace, come on. Eh. Kinda missed. Could do without. Maybe, possibly, kinda, sorta. Maybe not. I guess we'll never know. Kinda like sauce. Oh, I don't like sauce. That's not a good analogy for this situation. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Oh, quillfish, come on. Fishing is just, it's always the worst. It always has been, it always will be. Because if you're looking for a low spawn rate Pokemon, it just takes forever. Forever. Oh, goodness gracious. Great balls of fire. I think this is the first day in a long time I haven't really had anything to do after stream. Zigbar, you dumb bitch. You're on fire. I've been so busy this weekend. Were you at a convention or something? Baked cookies last night. Took me 4 hours. How many cookies did you bake? There we go. Finally found it. You baked 60 cookies. Is it for like who's a what's a gypser? Trying to think. A fundraiser. Was it for a fundraiser? I don't have a hand mixer. Ooh, you have takedown. I gotta be careful. You're a suicidal fish. Go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep. Do 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 do. Also went to a fall fair and got a pumpkin. It was fun. Did you carve? Oh yeah, you carved a pumpkin. You put a bunny on it. I seen it. I made a Pikachu one. Masted made a silly goose one. Bun was representing. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Oh, pooper scoopers. My pumpkin is in the Pokemon section in the Discord if you want to look at it. If y'all want to post your pumpkins in the photos in the Discord somewhere, that'd be cool. We can look at them. That'd be fun. Come on. Come on, Quillfish. You had a lot of trick-or-treating kids come over? Me, no. I had 0. I live in an apartment, so they don't do that here. Quillfish, baby! That took a while. Took longer than it should have. Alright, so this is 163. Route 17 during the day. Okay. So we have to go back to Kanto. I gave the kid gummies. I didn't have any candy. You could have given them cookies, maybe. I don't know. We had one, but we never get any. The cookies weren't done. Gotcha. Saw a bunch of kids with masks outdoor, but no one comes to my place. I mean, was the... And baked cookies isn't smart. Why not? Unless they were baked. Full of sandwiches. Although that'd be funny. A lot of reasons. Just give them licorice. Ow. Kids accept baked goods? Sounds dangerous. I don't know. They tell you not to give out home baked goods. I was not aware of that. Never accept baked goods. Alright. I gotcha. Never accept baked goods from anyone ever, forever. Don't even buy them from a store, nothing. Where is Route 17? Okay. I wouldn't buy baked goods from some rando out. I'm talking about like Walmart or, you know, things like that. Don't buy any cookies. Don't buy anything ever. Everything's trying to kill you. That's what I heard. Alright, I need to see where... Second generation. I want Route 17. Okay, so this isn't terrible. Wait, what time is it? Is this considered daytime? It might be. Guess we'll find out. Yes, it is. You bought you got pancakes from someone? Okay, level 29 is not terrible. You did this. It wasn't really supposed to be a surprise Pikachu per se, but it ended up being like it, so I just I rolled with it. Oh, this is gonna hurt. Alright, so we're gonna do these last two Pokemons. We're gonna get 2 Slugma. And then I think that's gonna be it for the day. If it'll go to sleep. Thank you. If your neighbor brings you cookies, I'm sure it's fine. No, 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 no. You can't accept anything from anybody ever, forever. Keep streaming. But I've already gone for about 6 hours. I know it says 5:45, but I had to end stream and restart my computer because it wasn't working properly. Alright, 1 Slugma. We got 1 more to go. I'm sorry, Mastiff. No. I can't do it. I'm tired. There's a Furrow. We need the fire one. We need the fire Pokemon. Not these. What you got going on anyways? I was gonna go take a nap. And I don't know that I want to do a sleep stream. You're not sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, Mastiff. Just save it. I'm gonna save it. Don't worry. I gotta catch this other Pokemon first, and then I'll save the game. Okay, I need Furrow to stop showing up. I need another Slugma. Please. Y'all quit fighting. Get tired of cleaning up y'all's hair all over the floor. That's a muck. We don't need that. That's a 5% encounter. Slugma's 35%. Why isn't it popping up? But you know, Mastiff, we'll be back. I'll be streaming again on Sunday. We're gonna be doing 2 challenges next week, actually. One of them's gonna be a Pokemon challenge, and the other one's gonna be a Legend of Zelda challenge. 2 different streamers we're going against. I'll show the promo posters in a second. Who the heck knows when that'll be? Ha, that's a good point. How did this pop up twice? I mean, you bring up a good point, Mastiff. There we go. Ooh, this one's 32. Even better. Go to sleep. Do 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 do. Just okay. Good thing they're just fire type, because they evolve into a fire rock type, and it makes it harder. Get it? Rock? Hard? Haha! It's funny. It's like a month away at least. Do 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 do. Alright, we got our 2 Slugma. I gotta get out of here. Unless you have a Firestone for me. Nope. We'll just go to Celadon. Alright, so that is 164. We're probably gonna have to start evolving stuff next time. Or we can hunt the legendary dogs. That'll be fun. Okay. Alright. I want to thank everybody for being here. I had a lot of fun working on the Crystal Living decks. Had a lot of fun with it. Thank you for the subs, the biddies, and the follows that we got today. Y'all are amazing, you know. Y'all make the stream happen. Y'all have a great week, and I will see y'all later. Bye, guys.